Good evening, Maverick family. I'm Rick Walker. Welcome back to the Maverick channel. A little bit of a different broadcast this evening. I'm not going to stay with you, and I'll tell you why. We're going to resume our censorship protest here tonight. Fred the Freedom Fish will be hosting live as we stream around the world. I encourage everyone to share this broadcast out. It's our way of standing up to government and corporate censorship efforts on social media platforms such as Facebook and YouTube. In particular, those two, the most dominant and also the most censorious. Tonight, I'm at a place, honestly, where I can say that because of this information warfare, this information war that we are experiencing, I no longer really know what to believe. As a journalist, that troubles me. Every day, people send me information, and I have to try to determine what is real, what isn't. And then I do my best to share what I think is information that gets us closer to the truth every single night. With recent developments in the news, in this current news cycle, I am being fed information from a variety of sources that leaves me scratching my head. What I'm seeing through mainstream media, I question. What I'm seeing in terms of information that is sent to me, I'm also questioning. Some of the stuff seems too bizarre to be true, and yet I know that today truth is quite often stranger than fiction, as I've been saying over the last number of nights. As we continue our efforts to cover these tragic wildfires in Maui, Lahaina, and now tonight again in Canada, specifically in the Yellowknife area, I find it more important than ever to be accurate in what we report. We know that in Yellowknife, people are being evacuated, some 20,000 residents, as wildfires close in on their community. As we look at the information coming out of Hawaii, I'm no longer sure what to believe. I'm getting information that honestly seems to be pretty crazy. I'm not prepared to discount anything at this point, nor am I prepared to embrace it as factual and share it with you here tonight. So this evening, what I'm going to do is resume our protest against censorship, and I need time. I need time to do some work behind the scenes on our website, on our social media platforms, and I need time to digest some of the information coming my way. Because everything that is coming in seems to dovetail out over top of every other story that we're covering. Strange times. I hope you understand kind of where I'm coming from. I know it's difficult to navigate current information on a daily basis. I just need some time. And that's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to take some time. You guys can enjoy yourselves in the chat in the chat room on YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch. I would encourage you, though, to please subscribe to our Rumble channel this evening. It's imperative that we move our subscribers over to the Rumble platform, which is a free speech platform. We need to reduce our dependence on the censorious social media platforms such as Facebook and YouTube. They appear to be free to censor at will because they are privately owned corporate companies. However, information that has come to the surface over the past year also indicates that government does play a role in guiding their policies and actions when it comes to matters of censorship. That's why last night, RFK Jr. hosted his roundtable on censorship. That's why Donald Trump started or became involved with the Truth Social platform. That's why Rumble exists today. There are alternatives out there, I suppose, but these two major social media platforms, YouTube and Facebook, dominate. That's why also tonight, Canadians seem to be calling on Meta to lift its ban on news so that information on the wildfires in northern Canada, in the far north, can be shared to people. The truth of the matter is, because of their market dominance, they have also become an integral part of critical information distribution, information regarding public safety, and even emergencies is shared out over these platforms. The federal government in Canada, through its new legislation, Bills C11 and C18, have effectively, or maybe inadvertently, I guess is probably the better word, inadvertently imposed a new level of unprecedented censorship on Canadians. Meta has pulled all news content from its platform because they don't want to comply with Bill C18, which would require them to pay a fee to all news companies for the content that they supply to Meta. That would be Instagram and Facebook. And Meta is just saying, no, we're not paying. The news content isn't worth it to us, so we're just taking all news content off our platform. So tonight, people in the Northwest Territories, in Yellowknife, in that area, in Canada, are protesting. They're saying that this is actually is putting people in danger, essentially, because information can't be properly shared. So that illustrates the impact that government actions can have, which generally speaking results in unintended consequences. And that's what we're facing tonight. Our news page has been taken down off Facebook. And that's not to say that what we're doing here tonight is news. This is a protest going out across different social media platforms and various Facebook pages. This is not a newscast. This is a social media protest. So, with that being said, I'm going to fade off into the background for a while and let Fred the Freedom Fish take over the hosting duties. It seems that the only safe content to share on YouTube and Facebook these days consists of videos of dogs, cats, and fish. Maybe pictures of food, You can show people what you had for lunch. But if you want a serious discussion on any kind of issue facing society today, they are not the platforms to migrate to. Fred the Freedom Fish. That's just about as complex as the discussions can become on those platforms. And yet, in a way, what we're doing here tonight will provoke a discussion that is quite complex indeed. The 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 topic of free speech, freedom of media, what limits should be acceptable on free speech and on media. And yes, some limits are appropriate. More than that, I also understand that there is extreme information on all sides of the political spectrum that is being shared out there. And there is information that is, frankly, just outright fabricated, not true, outright lies, maybe with a grain of truth in the middle, someplace, all designed to manipulate people because we are in the middle of an information war. And I recognize that while the first casualty of war is always truth, the inevitable byproduct of an information war appears to be, in some cases, lies, which is part of the reason we're facing this level of censorship tonight. That being said, the antidote for bad ideas or even outright lies, I believe, is more information, better information, not suppression and censorship. We need to combat this ongoing march toward a dumbed down society. I don't want the government to protect me from ideas and information. I don't want a society that suppresses truth in favor of a government narrative or an alternative narrative coming from an opposing political force. I'm going to go to work behind the scenes tonight. I'll let Fred pick up the duties here on the front line. Will I retreat for a while and do some work that I'm not going to get into here, but it too will be aimed at combating this unprecedented level of censorship. And you may have noticed too that there's no music here tonight, no fancy animated opener or anything like that. That's because, as part of this effort to suppress and ban, a lot of our videos have been blocked with copyright issues being used as an obvious excuse. So tonight we give them no excuse. We just give them the straight up video and Fred the Freedom Fish with aquarium sound effects, which are authentic and relaxing. So sit back, relax, watch Fred swim around. He hides a lot, but every once in a while, he does make an appearance, and that in itself is a real treat. So just sit back, relax, watch Fred swim, and chat amongst yourselves in the chat room. Try to keep it civil. And I'll return from time to time over the next number of hours as our Protest against censorship continues with this Maverick Multimedia live stream. Okay, I'm back, and Fred is still swimming around. He's been pretty active today. That's a good sign. He was sick for a while. But we've nursed him back to health. So it's good to see him energetic in there. And I know everybody wants to get Fred a girlfriend, but then what would we have? Fish porn. Couldn't have that. Actually, he'd probably he can't put these fish with very many other things because they fight. Let me just bring the audio down a little bit here on the aquarium. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay, so I'm here, and we can talk about some of the news of the day. People are messaging me now like crazy. What is going on? There is stuff to talk about today, so we'll dig into a little bit of that. Yeah. Yeah, some people are sharing this protest out. And I'm grateful for that. I truly am. So we'll leave Fred up here, and let me just see here. There, we're flipping things around a little bit. We switched positions with Fred. And maybe what we'll do is do something like that for now. So Fred will be over there in the background. We don't want to steal his thunder too much tonight. But there is other important stuff to talk about, so we will. Joe Biden met today at Camp David with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. Why did he do that? Well, variety of reasons. It's because we have all this tension on the rise between China and Taiwan. It's also because we have North Korea threatening a nuclear response to everything that's going on. And I mean, everything that's going on. When I say that, I mean the war in Ukraine, the stuff in Taiwan, just all the stuff. Um, and maybe we should preface what we're about to show you from Camp David with this information. First up, this is a story, excuse me, that really surfaced a couple of days ago. The headlines were that nuclear war is imminent. But you didn't see those headlines, did you? In North America, in Canada, the United States, not a mention of it. But it is still being spoken about internationally. Here's Al Jazeera. Let me pull Fred down, and I will. Or actually, I don't need to. Here we go. There we go. So here's the Al Jazeera piece on it. Yeah, Fred's gone, but only momentarily. North Korea warns U.S. of nuclear retaliation as tensions rise. The warning comes days after the U.S. sent a nuclear submarine to South Korea for the first time in decades. But yeah, I guess that's just not worth reporting when Biden's in the White House. Do you remember what it was like when Trump was president? And if there was a mention of North Korea, um, tensions were rising then, and they were the media, Trump's political opponents were saying that Trump was going to get us into a nuclear war, and he called the leader of North Korea Little Rocket Man. The media certainly covered things differently then. But here we are with North Korea literally threatening a nuclear response now, saying they're going to do it. Headlines internationally saying that nuclear war is imminent. Not my words. That's what's being reported. North Korea's defense minister has warned the United States that the deployment of nuclear assets in South Korea could meet the conditions for its use of nuclear arms, according to state media. Kang Soon Nam's comments, reported on Thursday by the Korean Central News Agency, came in response to the U.S. sending a submarine with nuclear-armed ballistic missiles to South Korea this week for the first time in decades. So you send a nuclear submarine to the proximity of North Korea, and they threaten to retaliate by nuking South Korea. And here's part of a statement. The ever-increasing visibility of the deployment of the strategic nuclear submarine and other strategic assets may fall under the conditions of the use of nuclear weapons specified by the DPRK law, Kang said in a statement, referring to his country by its official name, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So all this has been going on, and I have not heard anything about it at all from mainstream legacy media in either Canada or the United States. But today, in the US, President Biden hosted a trilateral summit at Camp David with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. I have that news conference queued up for you here. We'll just listen to a little bit of that. Where did you go, Joe? I had him here. There we go. So here's Joe Biden with his guys in Camp David. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Camp David. If I seem like I'm happy, it's because I am. This has been a great, great meeting. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, we meet in this historic place to make a historic moment, and I believe that to be true. This is a new era in partnership between Japan and the Republic of Korea and the United States. Our new Camp David Trilat. That's what we have here. But before we dive into the progress we've made today, if you excuse, we used to say in the Senate, a point of personal privilege. I want to start by expressing my appreciation for the contribution that your countries have made toward the relief following the devastating wildfires in Hawaii. I want to thank you both on behalf of the American people. I also want to note that my team is closely monitoring Hurricane Hillary, which has the potential to bring significant rain and flooding to Southern California. FEMA has prepositioned personnel and supplies in the region, and they're ready to respond as needed. I urge everyone in the path of this storm to take precautions and listen to the guidance from state and local officials. And you've heard me say it before, Republic of Korea and Japan are capable and indispensable allies. Now to the purpose of why we're here. America's commitment to both countries is ironclad, and my personal commitment to bringing these three nations together was real from the very beginning. Since last summer, we've met on the margins of the NATO summit in Spain, the ASEAN summit in Cambodia, and the G7 summit in Japan. Today, we've made history with the first ever standalone summit between the leaders of our three countries, as well as our commitment to meet together on the leader level annually and to have all our relative cabinet member people meet on a regular basis from this point on, not just this year, not next year, forever. That's the intention. And so I want to recognize the important work that both of you have done and the political courage, and I mean this sincerely, the political courage that you both demonstrated to resolve difficult issues that have stood in the way for a long time of a close relationship between Japan and Korea and with the United States. Your leadership, with the full support of the United States, has brought us here because each of you understands that our world stands at an inflection point, a point where we're called to lead in new ways, to work together, to stand together. And today I'm proud to say our nations are answering that call. First, we're elevating our trilateral defense collaboration to deliver an Indo-Pacific region that includes launching annual multi-domain military exercises, bringing our trilateral defense cooperation to unprecedented levels. We're doubling down on information sharing, including on the DPRK's missile launches and cyber activities, strengthening our ballistic missile defense cooperation. And critically, we've all committed to swiftly consult with each other in response to threats to any one of our countries from whatever source it occurs. That means we'll have a hotline to share information and coordinate our responses whenever there is a crisis in the region or affecting any one of our countries. And today, we've all reaffirmed our shared commitment to maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Straits and addressing economic coercion. We're going to continue to counter threats from the DPRK, including cryptocurrency money laundering to the tune of billions of dollars, potential arms transfer in support of Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. And together, we're going to stand up for international law, freedom of navigation, and the peaceful resolution of disputes in the South China Sea. Second, we're expanding our economic cooperation to build an Indo-Pacific that is peaceful and prosperous. Today, we've committed to launch a new, what we call a supply chain early warning system, a supply chain early warning system pilot, and which will alert our nations to disruptions of certain products and materials like critical minerals or batteries, so we can get ahead of the issues as they appear with the experience that we've experienced during the pandemic. Excuse me, this is falling off. There you go. And building on the G7-led Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we're deepening cooperation between our development finance institutions to mobilize more financing for quality infrastructure and secure communications technology to help low-income and middle-income countries throughout the region take on the challenges that matter most to their people. And finally, our partnership is about building a better future for our people. That's why we're deepening our cooperation on global health and launching a trilateral expert exchange in support of the U.S. Cancer Moonshot Initiative. That's going to, I believe, change cancer as we know it. It matters a great deal to me and to families all across our three countries. In the United States, We are revolutionizing the way we do cancer research, and together, the three of us, I'm confident we can harness our shared spirit of innovation and end cancer as we know it. We're also launching a new collaboration between our national laboratories and advance our science knowledge and technological capabilities together. As we do, we'll work in lockstep to set the standards for safe, secure, and trustworthy emerging technology, including artificial intelligence, which a lot of work has to be done on. Let me close with this. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, this is the first summit I've hosted at Camp David as president. I can think of no more fitting location to begin our next era of cooperation, a place that has long symbolized the power of new beginnings and new possibilities. In the months and years ahead, we're going to continue to seize those possibilities together, unwavering in our unity and unmatched in our resolve. This is not about a day, a week, or a month. This is about decades and decades of relationships that we're building. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership, and I say it again, for your courage that brought us together. I look forward to working with both of you ahead. Now I will yield to, who am I yielding to?
Distinguished guest, the President of the Republic of Korea.
We needed the voice of God to tell us
Bye.
First of all, I'd like to thank President Biden for his warm hospitality. It is a great pleasure to visit Camp David along with Prime Minister Kishida. Camp David is a site that bears historical significance where important diplomatic decisions were made at critical junctures of modern history. In order to respond to today's unprecedented polio crisis, the ties between our three countries, which are the most advanced liberal democracies in the region and major economies leading advanced technology and scientific innovation, are more important than ever. From this moment on, Camp David will be remembered as a historic place where the Republic of Korea, the United States, and Japan proclaim that we will bolster the rules-based international order and play key roles to enhance regional security and prosperity based on our shared values of freedom, human rights, and rule of law. Today, we, the three leaders, held the very first standalone trilateral summit, marking a new chapter in our trilateral cooperation. Today, we have agreed on the Camp David principles that will function as the enduring guidelines for our trilateral cooperation. In addition, we have developed the spirit of Camp David, which is a document embodying the vision of our trilateral cooperation and ways to translate our will to cooperate into action. First of all, to facilitate the stable development of our trilateral cooperation, we have built the institutional basis for the trilateral cooperation at multiple levels and sectors. In addition to making our trilateral summit regular, we have agreed to have our government's personnel at all levels, including foreign ministers, defense ministers, and national security advisors, meet every year to closely coordinate our trilateral cooperation. In particular, we, the three leaders, have agreed to establish a communication.
So what we're looking at here is more of the same. This is all about optics.
Furthermore,
Just me assessing it on the fly.
Our three countries will establish the ROK,
But
US, Japan,
I think this is absolutely a direct response to what North Korea is doing with its threat of some sort of nuclear response. And of course, it's all predictable stuff. Information sharing, that would be intelligence. That's related to what's going on militarily. You're looking at an increase in military exercises, as Biden talked about. That also is a direct response to what North Korea is threatening in terms of a nuclear response. Economics, It's an economic war as much as anything else. So they're
First of all, to this end,
trying to
we have
shore up
resolved
their
on practical
partnership
ways to cooperate, aimed at
on the
improving
economic
our
front.
joint response capabilities to
Crypto
mortalize
money
missile
laundering.
threats, which have
That
become
was
so
an
serious more
interesting
than ever.
reference.
Real-time sharing of DPRK
Shows that the
missile warfare
governments are
data
concerned
in
about
Recon during the Phnom
any
Penh
kind
summit
of
last November will be activated within this year.
digital
And this will make
cryptocurrency that is
significant progress in
decentralized,
strengthening our
that they don't have
intelligence
control
governance to
over.
detect and
So they're
counter
trying to
these
come up with an
threats.
international solution to Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies that might just be in the control of the people and not the government. And then the thing that really got my attention was the reference to the international rules-based order, which is the key to the whole thing. At the end of all of this, Biden referred to it as international law, but I knew that they would make reference to it in a more detailed way, and he just did by referring to it as the international rules-based order, which is not really natural international law. That's the reformed or enhanced sort of international law, which translated means the countries, the Western NATO countries, Western allies, they all get together, make up a bunch of rules. They decide what the law is, and they expect all other countries to conform to that, which is not the way it has worked throughout history. This is new. And that is one of the main issues that continues to irritate both sides between Russia and the United States, NATO, China and NATO, Iran and NATO. They refer to it as international law, but it's really a bunch of laws, rules that NATO and the United States basically making up the international rules. So I guess that could be a good thing if the rules were fair and were designed to preserve world peace. But what we've seen, what I've been witnessing, is it hasn't always been fair, and they're really designed to favor the West, favor NATO, and punish any countries that don't fall into line with what the United States and its allies want. So you're seeing pushback from the BRICS countries, where they're now looking at forming their own currency. So this is all predictable stuff, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised by the predictability of it, because this is the agenda. This is the new world that they want. This is why we're at war in Ukraine. This is why we're at war here. That's why we're involved in this information war. That's why we're involved in this online censorship protest tonight. So all this continues here. And I'll tell you, it's
Distinguished guest, the Prime Minister of Japan.
it's not encouraging to hear this kind of rhetoric, honestly.
Thank you.
Sounds good on the surface, but this
First
leads
of
to all kinds
all,
of international problems.
in Maui, Hawaii, wildfires caused devastating damage. I express my sympathy, and I really pray for the peace of those who have lost their lives. In order to offer support, a total of $2 million worth of support by our country has been decided, and therefore the relief for the affected people and for the earliest recovery of the affected areas, Japan will proactively do our contribution. Today, I have visited Camp David, and the three of us have spent a truly meaningful time. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Joe for the kind invitation. Together with Joe and President Yoon, this has been a precious opportunity for myself to further deepen the relationship of trust and confidence. For the first time ever, instead of in the
And
sidelines of
talking
continental
about Maui,
conferences, we have
Hawaii,
held the
aid
Trilateral
coming from
Summit
Japan
on a
now.
stand-alone
It
basis.
it
Here at
appears
Camp David,
the
numerous historical
U.S.
meetings
federal
have
government's
taken
response
place,
to the disaster
and
there
it
has
is
so
a
far been woefully
huge
inadequate.
honor to have printed a
Heavy
fresh
criticism
page in
being
its history with
leveled
this meeting.
against Joe Biden and
The
his
foundation
administration.
of the trilateral collaboration are the solid, firm bilateral relationships. The three of us have understood this more than anyone else and have executed our understanding in practice. In January this year, I visited the United States, and later President Yoon visited Japan in March, and then to the US in April. And in May, I myself traveled to South Korea, and we have bolstered our mutual relationship. At the moment, the free and open international order based on the rule of law is in
There you
crisis.
go.
Due
International
to Russia's
rules-based order based
aggression
on the
of
rule of
Ukraine,
law.
the international order is shaken from its foundation. The unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force in the East and South China Seas are continuing, and the nuclear and missile threats of North Korea is only becoming ever larger. Under such circumstances, to make our trilateral strategic collaboration blossom and bloom is only logical and almost inevitable and is required in this era. The three of us here today declare our determination to pioneer the new era of Japan-US ROK partnership. How we will advance the cooperation of our three countries going forward, I will discuss from three perspectives. Firstly, the coordination between the Japan-US and the US-ROK alliances will be reinforced, and trilateral security cooperation will be brought to a new height. At this meeting, we agreed to hold the Japan-US ROK multi-domain joint exercises on an annual basis. Furthermore, regarding the real-time sharing of North Korea's missile warning information that we agreed last November, the initial steps have been implemented, and an important first step has been advanced towards the launch of the mechanism by the end of the year. We also agreed on the establishment of the working group on North Korea's cyber activities considered to be the source of finance for nuclear and missile development and on other matters.
The second point is the promotion of cooperation between the United States, Japan, and South Korea, and the expansion of their areas of cooperation. Regarding the response to North Korea, in addition to strengthening regional deterrence and response capabilities, the three countries agreed to strengthen cooperation for the full implementation of sanctions and to work closely together in the UN Security Council, where all three countries will be members in 2024. At the same time, we shared our recognition that the way is open for dialogue with North Korea. I then stated that the abduction issue is a humanitarian issue with time constraints, and once again received the strong support of Joe and President Yoon for the immediate resolution of this matter. We also agreed to work together through the Indo-Pacific Dialogue, the development of cooperation to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific, and in particular, to coordinate capacity building support in the domain of maritime security, particularly with regard to ASEAN and Pacific Island countries. Furthermore, we agreed to promote cooperation in the field of economic security, including critical and emerging technologies and supply chain resilience. Third,
So again, this is all predictable stuff.
Trilateral cooperation.
Uh,
This will create a
It is what it
foundation
is.
for continuous and stable enhancement of
We're,
coordination among.
let's just pull out of this. It's funny, actually. It's not funny. It's sad to see what happened with Joe Biden here at the end too. I'm going to show you this. I can't believe this guy is the president. Look what happens to Joe Biden here at the end. Bring this up. Unbelievable. Goodbye, Fred. We'll come back to you in a few minutes, buddy. Okay. The President of the United States at this trilateral summit that he hosts, news conference, ends this way.
Thank you.
This concludes our press conference. Please stay seated as the leaders depart, please. Please stay seated.
We're winning all the competition.
The leaders
One more
depart,
time.
please.
One more
Please stay seated.
Let's show you one more time.
Thank you.
This concludes our press conference. Please stay seated
Forgot to take his
as the
earpiece out.
leaders depart, please. Please stay seated.
Look at this
We're winning all the
stupid grin. Then he hobbles away.
Thank you.
This concludes
the old man
our
that he
press
is.
conference. Please stay seated as
Oh,
the leaders depart, please. Please stay seated.
We're winning all the competition.
We win at all the competitions. What does that even mean? Okay, let's follow the old dude.
This
I swear, that guy is losing it. Just oh, guys, what are we gonna do? I mean, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And then, did you see this week? This is what I mean. I have to process this stuff. That's why I was reluctant to even come on tonight, because I have to be quite honest. I need a mental health break. As much as anything else. I feel like crap tonight. I don't feel well. I'm actually sick. But more than that, I need a mental health break, because this stuff is driving me crazy. It just, that's the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, apparently the most powerful man in the world, with the largest military at his disposal to do with as he sees fit. and he doesn't have the presence of mind to take the earpiece out before he walks away from the podium. And then when it yanks out, he turns and gives you this crazy, stupid, senile grin before he saunters off like a half crippled old man. He didn't do his giddy up thing, at least, and trip over his own shoelaces and fall flat on his face this time. That guy's not in charge. No way that guy's in charge. He's just a figurehead. Just a figurehead, man. Yeah. We're going to dump off Facebook and YouTube here. We were running this protest, but I couldn't resist. I had to come back, and I'm glad you guys missed me. Oh, I missed you guys too. Even though I was only gone for a few minutes, I couldn't stay away. There's just too much to talk about, and that. And how about Melanie Joly, Canada's foreign affairs minister? What did she have to say this week? Oh, they're worried about about the United States taking a far right authoritarian turn in the next federal election in the US, in the presidential election. Oh my goodness. What would happen if the United States were to take a far right authoritarian turn? Well, Canada, the Trudeau regime, they're mulling over their options. How much further right and authoritarian could you get? I mean, this is what I'm saying. The old political chart, the spectrum, like over here we have the far left, and over here we have the far right. No. Over here you have the neoliberal woke, and over here you have the fascists. Same damn thing, practically. They just slightly different this way, slightly different that way. Either way you slice it, they're all authoritarians. It's all about control, control, control. And comply, comply, comply. What can I say? I have to say this. We have to get off Facebook and YouTube, and we got to do it now. Okay, so here we oh my God. If you're not over on Rumble, you got to go now before it's too late. Do it. Go. Go quickly before they do something drastic, like, I don't know, censor you. Oh my God. Also, I have to tell you, maybe I'll talk about it tonight. I'm thinking of overthrowing Burger King. You see why I need a mental health break? I think it's got to be done. Definitely. We have to overthrow Burger King. I don't know which takes priority now, though, like exiling the Knights of Malta, overthrowing Burger King. Knights of Malta, Burger King. I don't know. But maybe what we need is a summit at Camp David with Joe Biden to discuss, and maybe get Trudeau down there too, and bring Melanie Joly along as well, because I think that the Burger King, that colonialist Burgermeister, he's the one, man. He took a far right authoritarian turn a long time ago. Joe Biden will understand. I'm sure of it. Okay, guys, here we go. I'm going to dump off Facebook. Oh, you know what? I better put the link in the to the Rumble channel in the chat for you. Here I go. All right. Okay, go to Rumble if you're not there. Go now. Go to here. Type it in the chat. Go to Rumble. Do it now. before it is too late. There. All right, I did it. Okay, so there it is. Everybody, there's the link to Rumble. Because we need to get out of here before we get banded again. Can't have that. Yeah. Get ready to rumble. And get ready to overthrow the Burger King. I'll explain why momentarily. Wasn't going to talk about this tonight, but it's been in the back of my mind for the last 2 days. It just came to me. It's like therein lies all of our that's the basis for all of our problems. The Burger King. He's the mastermind behind all of it. I'm pretty darn sure. Pretty darn sure. We overthrow the Burger King and we're going to be in good shape. All right. Goodbye, Facebook. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, but we have to go. Here's one Facebook gone. Goodbye. In fact, you know what? I'm not gonna. I got a better plan. I should have kept it. I should have kept Facebook. We'll go back on Facebook. Yes, we will. Okay. I changed my mind. We're going back on. And I'm not dumping off these other platforms tonight. No. We're going to take a stand a different way. We'll stay on YouTube. I'm going to try and keep my language within the rules. Okay. We'll stay on for now. Melanie Joly, Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister. What's she saying? She's saying, here, let's pull this up. Canada mulling game plan. If U.S. takes far-right authoritarian turn. Here it is. This has been reported in mainstream media. This is more important than North Korea saying they're going to nuke us. Crying out loud. Okay. Well, what could be more important? Canada mulling game plan if U.S. takes far-right authoritarian shift. Melanie Joly says here that, the Foreign Affairs Minister has been considering a game plan for how far it would respond if the United States takes a far-right authoritarian shift after next year's presidential elections. In other words, if Donald Trump gets reelected, the Canadian government might just have to do something pretty darn extreme because can't have that. Julie added that Ottawa's close political and economic ties to the U.S. means that we must certainly prepare, and we must prepare several scenarios. She says Canada has a game plan in mind, but she's not going into details. No, it's a big secret. What does this mean? What does this mean? It means if Donald Trump gets reelected, they're going to do something. What that something is not exactly clear, but I'll tell you, you know what they're afraid of? They are afraid of a populist uprising. And when I say a populist uprising, I mean people who are basically rejecting more and more actual authoritarian control, people who want less government, largely, libertarians, even Q people, some, I would say, traditional socialists, traditional liberals. It's just that what we're experiencing right now is we have in power in Canada and the United States and in the West in general, a bunch of governments that are neoliberal, I would say neo-fascist, woke. Yeah, they're left wing, but not in the traditional sense. They're very far left. They are very authoritarian. These, if you wanted to look at the political spectrum in the traditional way that we've been taught since kids with the far left and the far right, at a certain point, these things kind of overlap and come back to meet. Because as you push further and further out on the extremes of the political ideological scales, these ideologies become authoritarian. Fascists, always looking for compliance. They're ready to enforce all kinds of government rules and control. They exert control over the economy and corporations through regulations and financial incentives or penalties, grants and taxes. And they control these organizations, these big corporations, right? On the other end of the scale, it's just a little bit different. The communists, if you want to call them that, they want state control. Either way, the government's controlling the means of production. It's just that the fascists do it sort of indirectly. They allow private ownership, but they control indirectly what those corporations are doing. The communists want just full government control. That's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but either way, it is authoritarian because it's a takeover, right? Capture. And then you have like stuff in the middle, and socialism's kind of in here, and you've got capitalism, and you got free markets, and and I personally, I want a lot less government control over our lives. But my point being, you're blending like Trudeau. They portray themselves as the Trudeau liberals. And the Democrats, they portray themselves as being these very sensitive, kind, caring liberals. And in reality, they're neo-woke, neo-liberal woke control freaks. You saw it during the pandemic. You've seen it now through these censorship laws. That's what the censorship stuff is all about. They're trying to suppress and crush any kind of populist uprising, any dissenting points of view. And unfortunately, also what we're seeing as a result of all of this is more and more extremism in the information that's being distributed through the internet too, on all sides politically. The government's becoming more extreme in what they say. The opponents of government, they're becoming more extreme in what they say. Truth is dying a quick, painful death as a result of all this. There's a grain of truth in a lot of what everybody is saying, and then there's a whole lot of exaggeration going on as well, and lying on all sides. And because we're on YouTube, Facebook, I'm not going to dig into too much of it, but I'm just saying, I mean, you want to talk about climate change? You want to talk about truth and lies? Not much truth going around these days. And then on the other side of the equation, there's like in Maui, right? You look at what's going on in Maui right now. Absolutely a lot of truth coming out, but there's also a lot of exaggeration and information that I don't know. But there's a lot of information coming out that hasn't been verified, that's being reported in a way that's leading people to believe that it's actually factual and this is the way it is. But it's not confirmed. It's not, we don't know. It's we don't know. But a whole narrative is being spun up, and it's being taken to some pretty far extremes on that side too. And and I would say for political reasons. And I'm not going to sit here tonight and discount anything, but I'm not going to sit here and embrace it as truth either. So I'm sitting back and I'm reserving judgment on a lot of this stuff till I get real facts, evidence. It's not enough. People are sending me a lot of information about what's going on in Maui and in the Northwest Territories and elsewhere. It's not enough to just send me a video of some voiceover on a video or somebody just sitting there doing this, making all kinds of claims. I want proof. I want to see evidence. You want to make claims about something? I want to see the evidence. And I mean, there's no question the government response to this has been incredibly inadequate. What caused these fires? I don't know. That's the truth of the matter. And I'm open to just about anything. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you tonight that it was caused by this or it was caused by that. We know that there is some talk about power lines coming down and the high winds and not being shut down and sparking. And there is a class action lawsuit that seems like a very viable possibility to me. The direct energy weapon thing. Okay, I haven't seen any videos yet that prove that to me. So I'm waiting for real evidence to come to the forefront on that. It's not enough to just have somebody saying it or making the claim. And I'm hearing all kinds of wide-ranging reports about casualty numbers, like how many victims there are, how many people have actually died. Something's going on, man. Like we're getting our feed messed around with. Don't know what it is. Anyway, so I can talk about it more, maybe tomorrow, but I'm waiting. I'm sitting back waiting to see what the real information is. I do know this. People there are suffering, and some people are fed right up with the government response or lack of government response, inadequate government response, incompetent government response. I totally get that, man. Here's a man who claims that he witnessed the Maui police blockading the roads of front streets in Lahaina after sending all vehicles toward the front street of Lahaina. I don't know. This is what some people are saying is stuff like this. People are saying that they were preventing people from getting out. I can only tell you what I'm hearing, what's been reported. Looking for some confirmation on some of this stuff. Here's
I
this.
was in my truck going to check on some customers' properties, and all of a sudden, all the roads were being blocked off right in front of me, and from the cops, and I would go to the next street, and that would be blocked off, and the next one, and they just blocked everything off, forced everybody down on Front Street, in which then the flames were coming over our vehicles, not on our vehicles, but the flames are coming over top of our vehicles.
What street do you want at this point in time?
Front Street.
You're on Front Street
Yes.
itself.
Yep.
So you got directed onto Front Street?
Yep.
Where did you start when you started this journey?
I was going down the highway and they blocked it off and wouldn't let me go any further.
So you were coming from Laniapoko?
No, I was coming from Waikuli.
Why? Okay, so you're heading
Going down the
you're
highway,
heading south.
And then they stopped us from going up on the bypass. Then they wouldn't let me go past the bypass to the other exits to go up there.
So you couldn't go up the bypass?
No. And then all of a sudden they said, everybody's off, get off this highway, go down this way, down into town. Then they started blocking everything off there. And then you were down on Front Street. And I got all the way down to Safeway. And
so you got corralled onto
Yes,
Front Street. You
yes.
started on the Honopilani Highway.
Yes.
And you ended up on Front Street.
Yes. Couldn't go anywhere. They just said, go north, go north, go north. And then when we got on Front Street, the embers were coming over the buildings and landing on our vehicles. And we're all in a line trying to get to the end of Front Street to go north, like they told us to, not knowing that the police blocked off the end of Front Street so nobody could move. And then everybody panicked and they all started everybody went up on the sidewalks and through yards, took out the other lane. And then all of a sudden nobody could move anywhere. So all I did was try to inch my way over to another yard and drive up through a sidewalk, come back around, and then I went the cops were moving around one exit. So I ended up getting up on the highway, even though they tried to direct me another way. And then I hightailed it to home.
So you basically had to climb up on sidewalks and go against what the cops were telling you could do. You had to break traffic laws, essentially.
Basically, yeah.
Right. I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
a bad
yeah,
thing. I'm
yeah.
just saying the
No,
only way to do it was to cross that
Yeah,
line,
well,
essentially.
because nobody could move and nobody knew where to go. And I said, I'm getting out of here no matter what.
Right.
I went. And then they started following me. And then I got to my house. And
your house is where?
Waiakuli. It was right by the chart house, just across the highway.
Okay. Okay.
And then I thought I was safe there. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. There was a fire downtown. Okay, I understood, but I didn't think it was going to affect everybody.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, our neighbor came over and said, "You need to get out of here now." And we're like, "What's going on?" Because we didn't hear no sirens, no nothing. And then we found out that they didn't want to sound the sirens because that would direct everybody up onto the high grounds, which would have solved a lot of problems.
Like a tsunami warning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They didn't want to confuse people with a tsunami warning.
How did you find that out?
Several people said that. Actually, they're saying it on the radio now.
So somebody made a call to not sound the siren because it would.
That's what we heard.
Interesting. But you did not get evacuated.
I even stopped at the roadblock to go to the other side to pick up supplies for people.
Yeah, tell us what happened that night.
So it was at Ma'alaya is where the barricade was. And
you were told you could leave and come back and get stuff.
And I said, look, I'm going across right there to the gas station to get gas and ice and come right back. Can I leave and come back? And
you're asking this to the police officer at the blockade in Ma'alaya on the poly, right there after the poly. Okay.
Yep. So I went there, got my gas, got right back in.
And it looks like we froze up again. There we go.
They blocked us off and said nobody can go to the west side.
So the same officer that just said you could come back allowed you to go get your supplies, but you just went to the gas station right there in Ma'alaya.
He got orders. I'm not saying
I'm not. Oh yeah. But I'm saying
he got orders. And
okay, so you're getting the idea. Sounds to me like there was a lot of chaos on the ground. You can draw your own conclusions from that stuff. I don't know. It seems to me that somebody really screwed up, or maybe a bunch of people really screwed up. A lot of things went wrong. Absolutely need to review this, get some real facts, and come up with a list of things that they need to do differently moving ahead. No doubt about that. And then tonight, people there upset because they're saying that, the relief is not getting to the people who need it. Biden not responding adequately to this, FEMA not getting the job done. I guess a lot of the relief getting to the people who are most in need, a lot of it is being generated locally. So people on the island coming together to support the people there. Now, will there be more support? I suppose there will be. Maybe it's taking some time to get the relief together to help the folks there. But my goodness, I'm really struggling with the death count where it is. One person is one too many, but 111 at the last count that I saw. And then, how? There's no way that should have happened. But we need to get some facts and figure out what really went wrong. That's why, folks, tonight, right now, facts, truth, accurate information, it's more important than ever right now, because you can't come up with real solutions to real problems unless you're dealing with real factual information. And that's why I say to people out there, if you're exaggerating and you're posting videos, you're fabricating stuff, and I've seen videos that are clearly fake. So if you are putting stuff like that out there, shame on you, because you're not helping, you're making things worse. I don't care what your politics might be or anything else, but maybe you're just looking for clicks. But if that's what it is, no. That's wrong. And I know that at least one head has rolled. The guy who didn't sound the alarms, I guess he's resigned, and his career is toast, man. For sure. Whether he did the right thing or the wrong thing, he said he would do it again. He would do it exactly the same way. But obviously their emergency warning system is inadequate because so many people died. They didn't get the people out. So anyway, you slice it, something seriously went wrong. You know? And then as far as the number of people missing, I'm not believing much of anything that I'm seeing, period, regardless of the source. Mainstream, independent, whatever. I'm being very careful about any of the information that I take to heart because right now it's everything is just too volatile and I'm not trusting the reporting coming out. I'm reserving judgment. I'm not saying anything is not true. I'm not saying some things are true. I'm trying to stick to the facts. Because a lot of people are suffering, a lot of people are in mourning. This is a very real thing, and I don't want to make anything worse in my own little way here by sharing or distributing anything that's not true and factual. So forgive me if I'm not jumping on a bandwagon here right away or anything, but I want to deal with things responsibly. I do know that they have another fire there burning tonight. Let's show you what this is all about. Back to Hawaii we go. Here it is. And I have to tell you, it's some pretty weird stuff. Another wildfire.
Oh my God, dude, I literally see the flames. Oh my God.
Wow. So another one. And here's Maui Emergency Management Agency Director, Herman Ndea. Here he is. This is the guy who his head is rolling tonight. Well, there he is. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. No sirens. No sirens. Okay, I'm going to take a brief break. I don't want music playing, so I'm just going to throw up this slide for a moment, and I will be right back after this. Do not go away. I have more coming. I'm not done yet. Stay. Yeah, back. And thank you, Fred, for entertaining everyone. Yeah, just back to Melanie Joly and Trudeau and the liberal regime talking about, if the government takes a far right authoritarian turn in the States, Donald Trump gets reelected, we've got a game plan. I guess she said this in French on some sort of an interview. The Trudeau regime has been as about authoritarian as you can get in any kind of a liberal democracy. What did they do to the truckers? They beat the crap out of the protesters during the Ottawa Freedom Convoy. They locked us down. They confiscated bank accounts, right? Froze bank accounts. They seized assets, seized millions of dollars from the truckers. Basically using the same kinds of tactics against the people who are protesting that you see governments use against other countries in times of war. And in fact, they implemented the Emergencies Act, which is the modern equivalent of the War Measures Act, because they are authoritarian. And they're worried about the US taking a far-right authoritarian turn? Blows my mind. We're at a place where I don't think our leaders are even able to see what they have become. I think they still fancy themselves as philanthropic and caring and progressive. Nah. No, I think your taxes are regressive. I think your policies are regressive. I think your economic ideology is a form of economic fascism by very definition. And I think the Biden administration / regime is a mirror image of, not even a mirror image, it's a carbon copy of what we have in Canada in many respects. And at least insofar as it can be a carbon copy, it's just overlaid on top of the political system and structure that was already in place. A republic versus a dominion. If it takes a far-right authoritarian turn. Man, did you see that this this song from what's his name, Oliver Anthony, has continued to climb the charts, and I think it's now #1 in the world on Apple Music. That's pretty incredible. So this guy, super nice guy, it's gone viral, his song. Rich Men North of Richmond. We played that on the program the other night. I won't play it again, but I'll just mention it here because I think it's worth a mention. In only 5 days, that song has generated nearly 8 million downloads or listens on Spotify, and it's on its way to hit #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart by the end of the month. Wow. That's an overnight success story that probably only took many years to achieve. The song got over 2 million views in the first 2 days it was released and had over 1 million views on YouTube. In that same period of time, Richmond North of Richmond, it's the name of the song, highlights the struggles of the working class in America. What are the lyrics? They go like this: I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a reflection, it's art reflecting real life and our current political reality, I think. We're talking about populists, we're talking about the neoliberal woke crowd, we're talking about polarization. We're talking about a class war in many respects, because on the neoliberal woke side, what do we have through this form of economic fascism? You have an oligarchical system where rich elites control these big companies, these big corporations. They're the privileged class, and they want to run things. They want to continue to run things, and they are running things. And we've given them, the people have essentially given them license to do it through our electoral process, through our system, in exchange for a perception of safety in some cases, and a perception of security through social programs, jobs through these big companies, pension plans. A lot of this stuff actually does seem to work to a point. But on the other side, we've now found that we have to give up so much of our freedom in exchange for that. And in reality, at the end of it, we're finding that a lot of this has been a facade, sort of an illusion, not sustainable. They talk about sustainability. Their economic plan ultimately is not sustainable without inflating their way out of their economic debts, self-imposed through modern monetary theory, which means to say that they just think they can just print more and more money as needed in order to print their way out of any debts that they incur. But when they do that, it's actually you and I, the middle class and the poor, who end up paying for the debt that they generate. And so in reality, they've really not given you anything for free. They've been robbing from the future, borrowing from the future, from your children and your grandchildren and your great grandchildren, and incurring so much debt that really will probably never be able to pay it off. At some point, this is not sustainable, and it's all going to come crashing down. But that's what that song is about. It's about the class struggle. In the end, it's coming down to this classic class struggle. That's what's putting us on the edge of really serious political turmoil and a collapse of the entire system. We've learned nothing. We're just coming all the way back around, full circle, to a point where everything could fall apart, and maybe even, and I don't advocate for this, and I hope it doesn't come to it, could turn violent, because everything's gone so extreme. People are so upset because we have an increasing number of people suffering who feel disenfranchised, who are not able to access the system, or they're being outright rejected because of intolerance. And I would say even in some cases, racism, prejudice, but not in the traditional sense. It's like a new form of racism directed at certain groups of people, again, being used as scapegoats. You're being used as a scapegoat. Me. Hate to say it, but that's kind of what the government is doing. Now, on the other side, you're maybe being used as a tool too, through manipulation by some groups. Like, there are multiple players in this. It isn't just like one political faction. It's foreign governments. It's, every foreign government has some interest in what goes on in the United States and Canada. And so you have all these players kind of coming in and participating in this, and sometimes using the chaos and the turmoil that's being generated through this information war in their own way, and adding to it or manipulating it in a particular way. It gets to be very complicated, and you often don't even know where this chaos is coming from, or who's generating it, or why this information is being thrown out there. But as I dig down deeper and deeper and deeper, every day I'm pulling back more and more layers, and I'm seeing how it's all kind of working. clearer and clearer. Maybe it's so complex, and even though it's clearer to me when I'm sitting here talking about it with you on these nights, I think sometimes maybe it's just going over your heads because it's too complex to explain concisely here. I need to take a little time, I guess, and clean up my explanation. Focus it so that I can explain it in a very concise way for folks. For you. And I vow I will do that in the days ahead. You need to know what's going on. It ain't good. I know that. And it's because we are at war. And there are, well, we have many players politically in this. It isn't just one side versus the other. There are multiple political interests coming to bear here. And here, let's take another look at an aerial shot from Maui. Pull that audio down so we don't get another copyright strike, and put that up, and here we go. I mean, this is real. Man, oh man, oh man. Fire. Fire. Just complete devastation. And the reports I heard, people from Maui today saying that on the island, other areas of the island are okay, that life is, very much normal in some other areas, but in Lahaina, it's a different story, as you can see. Extreme damage, like nothing, like the city's been just devastated in that area. And again, the response from the federal government coming under heavy criticism because it's pretty clear it has been inadequate so far. Much more work to do. And I think it's justified, honestly, because these people need help. And so far, I don't think there's been enough financial assistance. When you look at how much money the US government has sent to Ukraine to blow things up and destroy things, and then look at what they're doing in Hawaii right now for the people suffering there, for their own people, it's not enough. Not by a long shot. Stop. What can I say? I just wish they would get focused on real issues, real problems, and stop trying to blow stuff up. Invest in life, not in death. That would be a good plan. What else do I have for you here tonight? Yeah, there's this stuff from Andy No. I don't know. I'll show it to you. I don't know how much. It just is what it is. It's graffiti. He's focusing on it here. I like Andy No. Good reporter. Puts it on the line. This here, kill Elon Musk, this graffiti says. And he says, death threat against Elon Musk was written outside the Fred Meyer grocery store in downtown Portland, Oregon. The Northwest 20th Place, Antifa and the far left issued similar threats after Twitter began banning their favorite violent extremist accounts. Last year, they even called for Tesla locations to be set on fire. Yeah. Mostly peaceful protesters. What are you complaining about? What are you complaining about? Oh, nothing. And do we have anything else here that we need to touch on? It's 8:27. Oh yeah, Trump. He says he's looks like he's going to skip that GOP debate. And when they do hold the debate, it looks like next Wednesday he will instead at the same time do a sit-down interview with Tucker Carlson on Twitter. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? Should Trump take part in the debate? Or should he steer clear? Now, apparently no final decision has been reached. Trump can always change his mind at the last minute. But right now, it's looking like he is not going to participate. How accurate is this? I think it's pretty accurate, even though this report initially came from the New York Times, which I do not have much respect for. I think that they are inaccurate and sometimes outright lie about a lot of things. Mm-hmm. And just looking in the chat here. What do you guys think? Should Donald Trump take part in that debate? And I see RV is back in the chat. Respectfully visiting. Well, as long as it's respectful. How about we go to the phones? How about that? It is now coming up on 8:30 p.m. on this 18th day of August, 2023. I'll fire up the phone lines. You guys can join the conversation and exercise your right to free speech here on Maverick. I'm not even going to say the N-word. Funny, isn't it? How the N-word has become something negative. And I'm not talking about that N-word. I'm talking about this N-word right here. Right there. You say that word on Facebook, and that's enough. Just the word is enough to get you banded. Did. Yeah, and we are. Let me show you. This is what they do to news pages. If you haven't seen this, bring up ours, and then I'll show you what they do to these other ones too. Okay, so since we're not doing news here, Facebook anymore. I said the word. We're not doing that anymore. Let me bring this up. Oh, internet slow. This is enough to get you shut down, get your feed shut down these days. There we go. Okay, so here's our page. There isn't anything left of it. I'll show you. They removed all content. Right there. All the content on there is gonzo. You can't scroll down. There's nothing to see. The banner up top has been deleted, removed. I didn't do that. I didn't do it. Not my fault. Now let's go take a look at Canadian sites from other organizations like that. Same thing. Let's take a look at what they're doing on the US side. If you are trying to get anything from, say, ABC, well, you're going to run into this right there. No thing. Oh, that's not the right one. That's the other page. Okay, so bring it over. This is what they're doing to all sites, all pages like this. Here it is. Look at this. That's it. In Canada, that's all you see. In the US, you'll see something totally different. But in Canada, you get that now. That's what's going on with the censorship. No information allowed, just a complete whiteout in this case. Washing away all the information that would be described with the N-word. Wow. Blows my mind. I never thought I would live to see anything like this. How the heck did we get here? Let's go to the phones. I'm going to run the promo here. A couple of quick promos, which I shouldn't do, but I will because I don't know what Facebook's going to do about it. But let's run these while I get the phone line set up, okay? Here we go.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now, at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program. For your mind.
Okay, I'm here. I'm ready to go. Let me bring up the banner so you know what number to call. And just a reminder that, yeah, you can support the channel by donating at freedomreporters.com. That's where most people do it. You can also donate through the Rumble Rants if you're over on the Rumble channel. And you can also donate through Maverick Donations, which takes you to the Give, Send, Go page. So please consider doing that. And if you are so inclined, you can call into the show tonight. And this system does cost us money, which is one of the reasons we need your support. You can call in and join the conversation at 1-833-975-3733. And we're just about ready to roll here. So let me bring up the page. There we go. So we get the phone line online so that everybody can be heard. There we go. Now the audio will come through the system. Let's take a look over here and see if we have anybody on the line. And let's go here. First of all, we have Lori on the line.
Hello, my friend. I heard you were under the weather today. I just wanted to call and cheer you up a little.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. You should be in bed. Why are you working? You should go to bed.
I will. In due course.
You're the hardest working man in show business, Rick Walker.
Well, thank you. You kind of overwork yourself too.
I do. I'm guilty. Guilty as charged, man.
Yeah.
So I was just calling to talk about a hot story that's burning up Twitter today. Don't know if you heard, but Elon Musk announced this morning that he's going to get rid of the block feature on Twitter, you know, so that you could block users who might be trolling you or harassing you or stalking you online. He says he's going to get rid of that feature, and it set off a firestorm of anger, as you can imagine. If you go to Elon's timeline, you can find that tweet where he said this will be the new rule on Twitter going forward. And he got ratioed pretty hard. So far, about 1% of Twitter users think that's a good idea. And about 99% of Twitter users think it's a terrible idea. So I wanted to call in and see what you think of it and what the Maverick family thinks of it.
Sure. I think it's a bad idea. The reason I say that, it's a terrible idea because as I laid out in my discussion the other night, to have any sensible discussion about free speech, the first thing you have to do is talk about what the limits to free speech might be. And that involves things like, and this is the cliche, but it's like shouting fire in a theater, or in the case of, say, the Maui fires. If you, and this is sort of an after the fact thing, but if you're out there and you're outright lying about something to make things worse and hurt people, and that's not really free speech. If you're making stuff up like the aliens came from overhead and used a Klingon warship and shot down a particle beam to evaporate everybody's brains, right? Like that would be a lie. And that's not proper. Okay. So do you, at what point, or if you're just in a chat room to just disrupt things and cause a lot of problems, that's not right either. So you have to, at some point, limit. Like, it's okay. You come in, you say your piece, then you stand back and you let somebody else say what they want to say, and you be respectful. But if you take away the ability to limit, I wouldn't say free speech. If you take away the ability to limit the abuse of speech, then you're into really dangerous territory. Now it's not about free speech. Now it's just a free for all. That is anarchy. That's what that
right. It's like giving a green light to the trolls, the harassers, the mentally ill people who want to do you harm. To me, it makes about as much sense as if the president of the United States said, as of today, we're disbanding all police departments in the United States and confiscating all firearms.
Yep.
They're leaving you defenseless against people who intend to do you harm. And I can tell you, as a female on Twitter, female journalist, I get harassed all the time by people who are just not right in the head. They'll find out where you live, they'll dox you, they'll harass you constantly. And, especially when you talk about controversial political subjects, as we know, our friend Scott Ritter, every time he posts on Twitter, and Dmitry Polyansky, the ambassador to the UN, those guys can't even post on Twitter without the NAFO trollbot army invading their replies with some really disturbing images, really graphic, violent images of Russians being slaughtered. Stuff like that, you should have the control. It's your account. That's the way I look at it. My reply to Elon Musk, for what it's worth, out of the thousands of people who jumped on Elon's thread telling him, Elon, this is a really bad idea. My reply was simply this: freedom of association is as vital as freedom of speech. You know, of course you should have the right to say whatever you want, but others should have the right not to listen to you if they don't want to.
Yep.
If they don't want to associate with you, let's say you're a Nazi, let's say you're a racist, let's say you're this, that, or the other. If someone doesn't want to listen to you, they should have the choice not to listen to you and simply block you.
Yeah.
You know? And I heard the segment you did a couple of nights ago on free speech, and I thought you laid the case out really well for freedom of association. You know, free speech does not mean the freedom to harass people. It doesn't mean the freedom to annoy people or stalk people or dox people. So let's hope that Elon reconsiders this bad decision. You know, Elon hasn't posted one of his famous polls in a while. You remember last year when he was posting all those polls and he said, from now on, every major policy decision on Twitter will be made by polling, right? Vox Populi, Vox Day, and all that.
Yeah.
He didn't post a poll on this one, because if he did, it would be like 99% against the idea, 1% for the idea.
Well, he's supposed to be a smart guy. What would lead him to do this? This is a terrible idea. And it's not like this is a subject that hasn't been explored in the past. The philosophers have been dealing with this very issue since, you know, since free speech became a concept. And then he comes to this conclusion, which is completely contrary to anything that we've come to conclude in the past here. Like, this is nuts.
To me, yeah, doesn't it make about as much sense as someone strapping you to a chair, turning on the TV to CNN, and forcing you to watch CNN 24 hours a day, and taking away the remote control so you can't change the channel and you can't turn off the TV?
Sort of like an extreme version of Clockwork Orange.
Exactly. Exactly. That's right. This is, I mean, Elon, not all of his ideas are great ideas, and this has got to be the dumbest idea I've ever heard from Elon Musk. So big changes may be coming to Twitter unless he changes his mind. You know, I use Twitter a lot. I'm a big fan of Twitter. Got almost 11,000 followers now on Twitter. I would hate to leave that platform, but I will. If they get rid of the block feature, it makes the user experience no fun.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. It's not enjoyable, and it doesn't feel safe. And yeah, I would leave the platform in protest. And believe me, I'm not alone. There are thousands of replies on that thread that Elon put out today of people saying, you know what? I'm going to cancel my Twitter Blue, not paying $11 a month for this. And I will leave your platform, buddy. So it's like he just committed suicide for his platform today with this dumb idea.
Yeah.
Totally dumb.
No, that won't fly. It won't last. Like, that would go on for maybe a day and he'd have to change it. It's just not going to fly. It's just not going to.
Unbelievable. And, you know, one of the replies on that thread was from the Auschwitz Museum. And they posted screenshots of the sorts of replies that they routinely get on their tweets from anti-Semites, from Nazis, from people who, you know, question that the Holocaust ever even happened.
Yeah.
And when even the Auschwitz Museum has to speak up and say, hey, Elon, dude, this is a really bad idea. Makes you wonder, has he been hanging out in fascist Japan too much? You know, he was in Japan today. He's in Japan right now.
Yeah.
Yep. So it makes you wonder where he's getting these sorts of ideas in his head. But yeah, I just wanted to call and put that news out there, let people know what's going on with Twitter and that big changes are coming to Twitter and it doesn't look good.
Well, it's like when you see these protesters show up with whistles and cowbells and you know, or you see these Antifa types just coming out to shut people down, or you know, that's not productive. Like, I don't like that stuff. It's just or somebody just sitting there. If you're in a debate, right? Could you imagine a debate stage with, say, Jordan Peterson on one side and some guy on the other side who just sits there, and every time Jordan Peterson says something, the other guy just goes, la, 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 la,
right? Just picks up a trumpet.
That's right.
Picks up a trumpet and blows it real loud in the microphone so that no one can hear the other guy.
Right. That's not free speech. That's just
nope.
You have to shut that shit down at the end. That's really, you do, because that's not free speech. That's just somebody being a dick.
Exactly, bro. That's right. And if you want to be a dick, go do it where somebody else likes that sort of thing, but I'm going to block you.
That's right.
Right? I'm just going to block you.
Yeah.
Not today, Satan, not here, right? Not on my timeline.
Right. Yeah. That's right.
So anyway, I want to salute you. I want to salute you for your censorship protest with Spread the Freedom Fish. I think that's really cool. A lot of creators would be pleased to join you in that protest because we're all sick and tired of it. And by the way, down here in the United States, I am still able to see the Maverick channel, the news page on Facebook.
Oh, yeah?
And here in the States, and I'm able to watch your broadcast every night on Facebook. So I guess the only difference is that little bit of border between our countries.
Wow. So you can see, if you go to that news page right now, you could see the banner and content on there? Or just
I'll send you screenshots. I'll send you some screenshots later.
That's amazing. Okay, then
so you can see what it looks like on my side.
All right, then that gives me an idea.
Yes, it does. We got to get creative to work around this stuff.
Yeah.
Of course, since it won't let you post or update on your Maverick News page now, I can see that it hasn't been updated in a while.
Yeah,
but I can see it.
Yeah, I have some other thoughts in that regard too. So thank you for that. That helps.
We'll confer on that privately. We don't want to give away our game plan.
That's right.
But,
because I thought looking at it that the content had been deleted, but it's not deleted. Now I know it's just blocked. So I can't.
It's just invisible to you, right? It's invisible to you and your Canadian viewers.
Yeah, it's
talk about dumb decisions, right? Of all the dumb decisions Facebook has ever made, this takes the cake.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
It interferes with the public's right to know.
Yep.
That's what makes me so angry, is that Canadians are now deprived of news on at least that platform. And a lot of Canadians get their news on Facebook, or they did until this dumb rule went into effect. It seems ridiculous that you have to use a VPN or, something like that to be able to access news if you're a Canadian citizen on Facebook.
Yeah,
so
ridiculous.
I understand lawsuits or something.
Yeah, and West right now, and people in the Yellowknife area complaining, saying that it's actually putting people in danger because people have learned to rely on Facebook for emergency information through news organizations posting on Facebook. So they're protesting today, saying, end this madness.
Absolutely. I mean, they do this while Canada has wildfires raging up there and people need access to emergency information. Any kind of emergency. Social media is one of the first ways that people find that vital information they need. I guess they can go to the local police department's Facebook page, but those are often behind. They're not updated in real time. The way that news can update you and show you live footage of what's going on in real time.
In real time, and citizen journalists out there showing you stuff as it happens with phones.
That's right.
Just, oh my goodness, look at this. This we have to show people right now. Bam, and they're live right then. That's a huge advantage.
Oh, it's the beauty of the internet, right?
Yep.
That's why we use these platforms as journalists. It's the best way to get real-time information out to the public. And it seems like Facebook and now, Twitter are working against us as journalists. And of course, we know YouTube is. So that kind of leaves us with very few options. Thankfully, we still have Rumble. And I think we're going to do a Strange Bedfellows show tonight at 10:30 Eastern.
Yep.
And of course, the topic tonight is censorship. Our guest, Caleb Maupin, will be talking about what it's like working as a reporter for RT, the most censored network in the world. If you think you're censored, Rick, RT has got one up on you there. They are truly the most censored network in the world.
That is
so, guys, if you want to tune in, I think you'll need to watch it on. You can watch on Rumble. I don't think it'll be live on YouTube, guys. And I just started. We're doing a little experiment. I started a Facebook page just yesterday to see if we can find a way to get your signal out to Canadian viewers. You can watch on my Facebook if you're in Canada, or at least give it a try. Give it a try. See if you can watch it on an American's account. I made a point when I created the account not to call myself a journalist, not to call it news, right? Didn't want to use the N word, so we're not calling it news. I'm calling it entertainment, right? I'm a personality. I'm an entertainer, right? So we're going to try that, see if that works. So you guys might want to go to Facebook/Real Lori Spencer. Send me a friend request. I'll approve it. And I will welcome your Maverick family over here on the southern side of your border. And hopefully, if you guys can't watch it through Canadian channels, you might be able to watch it on an American channel. Let's give it a try, see if it works.
Okay. So there you go, folks. So that'll happen tonight.
All right. Well, Rick, you rest up. I hope you start feeling better. And
Thank you.
We'll see you guys tonight at 10:30 for Strange Bedfellows.
Okay. Thank you.
Good night, my friend.
All right. See ya. And we've got our next
now.
caller up. Who do we have in the line now?
Hello, it's your favorite person.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? Good.
Okay.
Are you feeling any better tonight?
Uh,
Rick, I think.
Tylenol.
I think you're getting so stressed out. I think you need to, the Maverick family here, we don't want you to have a heart attack or something. So maybe you should get on some like Ativan or something before you go on your shows. Calm you down. I don't know. Just saying.
Yeah.
Because, stress can do awful things to a person, right? It really can. And a lot of stress out there. Anyways, gotta love Lori. Actually, I was just wondering if she's still in the chat. Is she able to see, like if she was to type in CTV News Edmonton or anything, are they able to see our news in the States still on Facebook?
She said yes. She can see the Maverick News page, and I can't. It's our page
but
here.
I'm wondering what other news she's seeing.
Well, we're in the same boat, so if she can see that, then she would be able to see CTV and CBC and the rest of them. It would work that way.
Okay, so it's just been blocked for Canadian viewers then.
That's right.
Canadian content. And that's actually what it says when you go to any of the pages, right?
See, and tonight I am actually on Facebook right now. We're on my regular page. And then I have two Maverick Multimedia pages that we've had for years. And we're broadcasting to both of those right now. And those can be seen. Yep.
Oh, okay. That's good.
But the news page where we had the most subscribers, it's blocked. It's blocked.
That's the one that's blocked.
Yeah. So I have to be careful not to call this news, I guess, lest we get blocked on those things too. So we just have to stop doing news.
Yeah. Well, just like Lori said, don't mention that N word, right? And it seems like a lot of podcasts in Canada now are changing that. They're getting rid of that word so that they can appear on it. So that's good to know. But I was going to let you know that the national news, which is CBC, they've been following this Yellowknife, these fires up here.
Yep.
And so what they do, they put out what they call a cbc.ca/light. I guess you can, if you type that in or something, people are still able to pick up, like the current up to date, what's happening with the fires and where they have to go, but it's very limited, like what they can post for people.
Oh, yeah.
But they are telling people that we're here to try to help you to get some more information that you're not able to get right now.
I see.
So, yeah. So I'm not sure how that's working at all.
I don't know.
But that's what I was gonna tell you tonight. And I forgot to mention, last time Leo was on. Gotta love you too, Leo. Thank you for that compliment. I heard him last time he was on.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that from me about me calling. So yeah, I'm not going to keep you too long. So I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah,
Get some rest tonight.
Yeah, I'll try and get
And
a
I'm
good
glad
night's
Fred's
sleep.
better. He looks pretty good.
Yeah,
and just kind of, maybe just tune out for the night. Just, when you go off, maybe just go sit with your wife and watch TV or go to bed, whatever. Like, just enjoy the evening. Just kind of put things out because this. Oh, and I know what I was going to ask you real quick. Did you just post something about there's more fires in Hawaii tonight? I think I missed something on there.
Yeah. There
really?
is another
So in the same
wildfire.
area or somewhere else now?
Different island.
Oh, isn't that strange?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens.
Again,
and like you were saying, like.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been there, so I don't know how.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I don't know if they have wildfires at particular times of the year, like we do in Canada. It's like a wildfire season, which we have in Canada. So I don't know what to make of.
I don't know
this
either.
Latest one, I don't know.
But it's like Biden's ignoring that. But Trudeau's is doing the same thing here with like the fires in BC right now, and he's not stepping up, offering assistance or help either. He's gone very quiet. And basically people are scrambling. So the same, Biden and Trudeau are one and the same as far as I'm concerned. They really are. But anyways, I'll let you go, Rick, to get on to your next caller.
Right,
so
thank you.
anybody that's listening from Yellowknife or whatever, try the cbc.ca/light and you might be able to get some more information.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think that, I'm certain that police and firefighters, the fire departments, public agencies like that will still be posting online as well. So if you need emergency information, you still should be able to get it there because those are not news organizations.
Well, yeah.
They wouldn't be blocked. So
right, and they should be able to go to like provincial, like when the wildfires were down here in Alberta, we went on to the Alberta government and you could see the current updates. Remember remember that fire map all the time and you were always, so they should still be able to click on, Alberta is hosting these evacuees and stuff. So they must be, I'm sure if people went on that website, they can find information too. I'm sure that's up to date as well.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
For them.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. You have a good night, Rick.
Talk to you again soon. Bye.
Bye.
Here's
Bye-bye.
Alex. Here's Alex. Hello, Alex.
Well, good evening there, Mr. Walker.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm kind of trying to watch you on my YouTube, but there's like a 7 or 10 second delay. So I can't really go by your expressions or anything to when I can speak and you can speak. So I hope I don't interrupt too much.
Okay. You're fine. You're fine. Do you want me to make do you want me to make a funny face or something? I
don't know. Sure. Yeah, I'm just going to try not to really look at it.
So you go ahead. You go ahead. There is a delay, so we're talking over each other, which is weird, but you go ahead. I'm just going to shut up and let you talk for a minute.
Okay. I was listening to Lori speaking about the freedom of speech. I was sitting here just like, oh God. Because it just stresses me on belief. Like, I relied heavily on my Facebook news because some of us, like humans, have health limitations, disabilities. I don't go out often, so I relied on that. Now, the thing that really pissed me off the most was I use my phone very seldom because I'm not very good with a phone, but I'm excellent with computers. So when I'm on my phone and I see something and I like it, I'll share it to my Facebook, my own Facebook, so I can look at it later. Well, yeah, no, you can't. Because it happened to be something stating something, and they're like, that's news, that's a lie, that's false information. I don't care what it was. I did not share it to public. I shared it to me. So I could look at it later on my computer. I'm like,
it's just gotten to the point where it's ridiculous, right? It's just absolutely ridiculous.
And then, of course, I'm missing out on events in my own little town. I'm in BC, Canada, up north, and I'm missing out on so much stuff. I mean, our own little radio station. You can't see anything on their page. You can't share any links because you can now not see anything on there. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I need that. Like, I am just so scared for humanity right now, Rick.
I understand. And I don't know how we're going to get out of this one, but we will. I think just ultimately people will get fed up. You know, if the government will bend a knee, Facebook will bend a knee. There's going to be some compromise reached here. It has to happen.
I'm kind of really hoping that, like, I'm thinking along that same line, because I think what the government and the prime minister and wherever this is all happening is going to start to realize, hey, you're keeping the news from us. What are you hiding? You know, like, this is wrong. And if you want to block certain things, then block certain things. But don't take away our news. Like, people are sharing, like, your channel I watch all the time. You're my favorite YouTuber, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So, you know, and I rely on the Facebook. I rely on the YouTube. I've been trying for the past couple years now to delete everything out of my Facebook and get rid of everything. But that's like since 2004 that I've had stuff on there. So I'm finally in my, what do you call that? Your history thing. I can't even remember what it's called. But the part where you can go back and look at what you commented on, what you posted, all that stuff, right?
Okay, yeah.
So I'm in there, and I've gone from 2004 all the way up, and I'm finally to 2016 to finally get rid of all comments and everything. And all my information on my page is gone, except for what they need. So they need my phone number, they need my email. So they got that. Nothing else is on there about me. No pictures, no nothing to public anymore. Ever since I decided to share my link for me, and they did that, I was like, that's it. You know what? Facebook, your history. I'm sorry. This has gone on far enough. You know, so I'm right now in the process of doing that. And so my cover photo and my profile photo are now mostly stating, hey, everybody, if you're all set up with this stupid, ridiculous Bill C-11, if you're on Facebook, go to Gab. If you're on YouTube, go to Rumble. If you're on Google, go to Brave. These ones I've been using. I trust them. So far, so good. Yes, they still have their own little rules. Everybody has to keep everybody in line, right. You know?
Yep.
And, you know, and not spamming people and bullying people. There's going to be those little rules. You know, so I've been now going over there, like in the morning now when I open my phone. It used to be Facebook, but now it's my Gab. And I go there and I'm actually getting more likes, more shares, more, like way more. People actually are seeing them and responding, which is cool, but kind of scary because now I got to start all over again of blocking people.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard Lori say that about the blocking. And I'm like, I'm glad I don't have Twitter for one. But I have Facebook. If they start taking away blocking, no, that is our given right. You know, if we didn't have internet and we were walking along the street and someone badmouthed me, I'd turn around and walk the other way.
Yeah.
And block them. You know?
Yeah. Well, these are sort of complex issues, but also common sense issues, right? This free speech, what the limits of free speech should be. A lot of it really comes down to common sense, but it's still a complex issue. So I think this is a really dumb move on Elon Musk's part, but we'll see what happens now. This won't last.
Well, with me not being, yeah, I hope not. I hope not. But with me not really up on politics, like I'm not that good at it, but these past few years I've been following a lot and kind of catching on. But who's this Elon Musk or whoever you're saying?
Elon Musk? He's the guy who owns Twitter now. He's, you know, SpaceX and Tesla. The rich guy.
So is he a USA person or a Canada person?
Actually, I think he's technically from South Africa. I don't know. I don't think he has US citizenship. He might have it. I think he's technically South African resident citizen.
Oh, okay.
But he's a man of the world.
Do you know Michelle Gardner?
Michelle Rempel Gardner?
Yeah.
The member of parliament? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know her personally, but yeah, I don't know her personally.
No. She's the other person I follow on YouTube and I follow on Facebook. So far, she does keep warning us on Facebook that quickly, you know, watch this and then go watch it here, subscribe here because it could get taken down. And so far, so good. So I don't know why she's allowed, but nobody else is, you know, which I'm iffy on the, you know, fairness, but I'm just glad I get to see her. Because like I said, you, I trust, her, I trust, everybody else, forget it. I don't care who you say you are. I don't care if you got a blue check mark beside you. You know, I know the people I know. Yeah. I remember talking to you before on your YouTube here. I don't know if you remember, but I remembered you when you were in CTV News.
Well,
do you remember that statement?
I do. The question is, though, do you remember me from my mustache period or my post-mustache period?
Mustache. Yeah, very strapping. You almost kind of reminded me of one of my uncles. It was kind of scary.
Cookie dusters. I had a cookie duster for quite a while. Yeah.
So, question then. Are you on Gab and are you on Rumble? Because I would sure love to see you over there because I'm going to miss when I leave YouTube and I leave Facebook.
Yeah, we're absolutely on Rumble. We get, I think, more views now on Rumble than we do on YouTube. And here I'll post the since you're watching, I'll put the link to tonight's show in the chat again. Right there.
Yes, please.
That's the URL.
But right will I be able to see the chat later though? Because sometimes you go back to watch a live that's no longer live, and then now you can't see any of the chat.
I think so. I think you can on Rumble. Yeah.
Or maybe put it in your description.
Yeah, there's a link to the channel in the description as well. Right now.
Okay.
I put that in there tonight.
Yeah.
So you can catch us over there.
I can't remember.
We are on Gab, but I don't live stream to Gab. I just post links from
No.
Gab to the channel. That's
Well,
all I do.
I really look at Gab like Facebook. I mean, I hate to say it, but it is kind of like a Facebook. It lays out the same. They're still learning. I've been on there only a few months now, and Gab has come in, PM'd me and says, "What would you think of this?" Or, "Do you have any ideas on this?" Because I'm always going in saying, "Why don't you have this?" Like, come on, where's your computer geeks that are, setting all this up for you? You can change it. You changed all the emojis. So it's very simple to change other stuff to some zeros and ones. There you go. But we need folders. I need my folders back so I can save things in my folders. They call them, I think, bookmarks. But if you save it to a bookmark or something, no one can see it. So I want to be able to choose if the public can see a certain folder. It just makes it so much easier when you're done with all that certain topic. You can just go and delete that whole folder instead of trying to scroll all the way down trying to find everything. As long as you make it a photo, which I've learned to do, is now I make every post in Facebook and Gab and whatever, I make everything with a photo, and then I add the links in the description, of what I'm screenshotting. And then that way it's a photo, and then I put it in a folder on Facebook. And then when I'm done with that topic, like the whole COVID thing, all those have gone off Facebook now because it's done. It's in the past.
Yeah.
And it makes it easier. And I just don't understand why Facebook, I don't know if Gab's done it yet. When you open a group, when you make a group, you can't just leave the group.
Yeah.
On Facebook, you can. If you get rid of everybody and then yourself, then that group will close. On Gab, you can't. So Gab and I have been chit-chatting back and forth with that one. They're going to try and do something, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I should just clarify too for folks,
group,
because I see Lori posting again, and I did mention this, but we are only banned on Facebook on the news page. I was blocked for a while, for about 6 weeks from posting anything on Facebook. They just blocked me, banned me. The pages were still there. I just wasn't allowed to use anything. But we are, our access has been restored on three of our Facebook platforms or pages. So we're broadcasting to them right now, actually. But we're not able to broadcast to the Maverick News page, which is where we have most of our viewers. So yes, we can. And I know that she started her Facebook page, and so people can go there tonight and register for that and friend her or whatever. But just so people do understand, like, we're not completely banned off Facebook because these other pages are not designated as news. So here we are. I'll just bring it up right now. This is just my personal Facebook page in my name, and I'm carrying this live right now. So you can find it there too.
Can you maybe put that? Yeah, maybe you can put that link in the description too, because I just don't trust anything on Facebook anymore. So even if I see you on there, and if I searched you, I probably did, and when looked at that may not be him. And then yourself, then that group will close.
So yeah, here I can put the link to that in the comments too. So this is the link right now to the actual video feed on my personal Facebook page. So you can find me there, and then there are two Maverick Multimedia pages, and the reason they're up and running is because they've been used through the years for other areas of my business that are not news related. So it's not classified as a news page, so I can feed out to it. So anyway, just to clarify.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yes, thank you. I have come to the conclusion that I cannot just go and delete my Facebook or my YouTube. I thought about it, and it's like, there's still stuff on there I use.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like for instance, with Facebook, it's my family. That's where they post their photos.
Yeah.
I would miss out because they don't know about Gab. They don't want to try something new. You know, most of them, it took them a long time just to get on Facebook because they're not computer literate like myself.
Yep.
You know, so, and I try to explain, I try and walk them through it, and it's just like pulling out teeth.
Well, we also post over on Cloud Hub, MeWe.
Oh, I have not.
Yeah,
I haven't.
Yeah, and BitChute. We use BitChute to upload videos every night. I re-upload stuff over there. And there's another one called UgeTube, UGE Tube, and I've been posting there as well every night. And we get an audience there too. But Cloud Hub, we actually are generating a real audience over on Cloud Hub.
Awesome.
Yeah.
If you have time tonight in the show, maybe you can add those links into the description.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
That would be so appreciated.
Sure. Happy to do that.
So I could probably sit here and just go on and on and on and cry and cry and cry about this stupid Bill C-11, but you've probably got other callers waiting.
Yeah.
So I will wrap it up with saying that make sure you don't overdo yourself. I know you said you're not feeling well. Make sure you drink some hot lemon water with a little bit of honey in it. That always makes you feel pretty good. And get on vitamin D. Get yourself on some vitamin D. You can take up to 5,000 IUs and you can be okay.
Okay.
Okay. So
thank you.
You should really think about doing that. I don't want to see you not be on your show because that would be sad. Where's Rick? Anybody know where Rick is? Where did he go?
He keeled over and died from political information overload, and his brain blew up.
Exactly.
Yep.
All over the screen. You should have seen it.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back with more calls after this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rick. You have a good evening.
You too.
Bye.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so I'm here. Let's go to our next caller. And we have the one, the only, John. Welcome back.
Hey, Rick.
I missed you. I got those tickets to the lottery.
Oh, okay, good.
Thing. I've never done that. I'm not a gambler. So I'm looking at these things.
Don't get into it if you don't know what you're doing.
I don't even know what to do with these things. So now I have to do my research and educate myself just so I can take them.
Just take it into the lottery and cash it in.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, any lotto place cashes it in.
Yeah. So
there's lottos. They get, this year they brought out pro line, and you can bet up to $100 on a sporting event, just one game. Like there's two games you can bet, and you can bet it over and over, same ticket. Like I've done that over and over again, so you can bet 200, 300, and Sunday they're putting the King's Plate on a lottery. You can bet it on a lottery. This is the first time, they're doing this, so you can bet the horses on there. I'm telling you, they're out for your money, eh?
Oh, you know what I wanted to share with people, and maybe you want to comment on this. everybody's all about socialized healthcare, right? And like, oh, and our American friends, our viewers are like, oh, we have to have government socialized healthcare like Obama wanted, blah, blah, blah. I was feeling like crap today, so I actually went down to a walk-in clinic. Get this. You think healthcare is free? I walk into this place. First of all, I have no family doctor. Okay. So I have to go to a walk-in clinic. So I go to a walk-in clinic, and it's not a real walk-in clinic. It's a telehealth place, which I go to because we don't have real walk-in clinics. Now you get to see a nurse and talk to a doctor on a video screen up in Toronto. Right.
That
So
sucks.
it's all right. You know, as long as they give me what I need, I don't care that much. But here's what I did care about today. They wanted to charge $15 just to get the appointment.
For the visit?
To visit. That was a first.
You know, that's a good idea. They should do that with everybody, because then it wouldn't be so packed. People go there for the stupidest reason.
Well,
you know?
that's true. Like I don't take that much exception to it in that regard. But I mean, it just shows you that this socialized healthcare system is not.
That's not a government regulated place you went to, because there's no charge.
Yeah, all those clinics are regulated, but you know how they get around it? There's actually a law against them doing it. But what they did is they said, if you want to use our concierge service, then it's $15. So if you walk in off the street, they charge you $15 because they have to have a nurse write your name on the piece of paper so you can get in to do your video call thing. Now, if you register online and make your appointment that way, then I guess you don't have to pay the $15.
Huh. Something not right there. I don't know where you live, but
and the note that the sign they put up said it was because of healthcare funding cuts.
Here, you know how many walk-in clinics are around my area? Even the mall, it's packed of people.
Yeah,
walk-in clinic in the mall.
Oh, that's the other thing. You know, I didn't get to have an appointment because there were so many people sitting there waiting. I was like, I don't have time. I don't have the time. So I left, and I'll try to make an appointment online, and then I'll have a specific time to go. And maybe I'll go another day, but I'll probably be better by then. I'll cure myself. I'll drink that lemon tea and that everybody wants me to drink with some honey in it, and presto, vitamin D change-o, I'm a new man by morning.
I take 400 UI vitamin D every day.
Do you?
I take 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C every day. Vitamin E I take zinc, 25 milligram zinc, and I take I take about 6 different vitamins every day.
Well, that's a whole meal in itself. How do you have any room left for dinner?
I'm on a Ozempic now.
Oh, you're not taking stuff, are you? Are you?
I've been on it for 3 weeks, 3 injections. I've lost 5 pounds. I'm walking around and my pants are falling down, and my belt is at the last notch, so I had to put a new notch in it the other day.
How do you feel? How are you feeling now that you're on it?
Well, my appetite's gone down a bit. I still like my food. I had Chinese food tonight. You know, I didn't finish it. I put half of it in the fridge, and hey, I was at Greek Fest the other day at Taste of the Danforth, and there's what a bunch of crooks. The Greek community there. Last time I was at the Greek Fest, everybody had their barbecues out, and you can buy shish kebab on a stick, chicken on a stick. You know, nobody did it this time. A friend of mine owns the Black Swan. I go there for a few drinks, watch at the patio, and watch the people. But I talked to him. I go, "What's going on? Where's your barbecue?" And he says, "The Greek community, whoever puts the barbecue out, they want 20% of the profits, and they want to donate it to Garian Hospital." And he says, "Why should we have mandatory to donate our profits to the hospital. Why can't we just donate what we want, right? So nobody was doing the barbecuing, but this one place was Astria. It's a big restaurant there. The lineup was a mile long. I stood there for an hour, and then when I got there, it said cash only. So you know what they were doing, eh? You make 30 grand, you only claim 10, you know?
Yeah.
I got there, and there were $10 for a chicken on a pita and $10 for souvlaki on a pita or gyro. And I said, fuck, I stood an hour and a half. I'm getting 2 of them. An hour online. I got 2 of them. I went to the Black Swan to eat them, eh? And good thing. So I had a couple of beers there, and I didn't finish it. I ended up putting half of it away. Took it
Now,
home.
see, have you seen the reports about people on Ozempic feeling sick and throwing up in the morning and it paralyzing your stomach and causing potential complications for some people? Are you concerned about that? And do you find that you feel ill at all?
But I tell you something. There's also good stuff that I hear about it, like it prevents heart attacks. So it prevents heart attacks. And the other day I heard that if you're on Ozempic, they can't operate on you because you can't fast. You can't get all the food out of your stomach for some reason.
Yeah, because it paralyzes your digestive system. The idea is that it keeps the food in you longer, so you feel full longer and you don't eat as much. But
if you're overweight, you cannot be operated unless you lose weight.
Yeah.
So same thing.
Yeah.
If you're overweight, I don't plan to be on it forever, Rick. I've lost 5 pounds. If I can lose another 10, 15, maybe the max, I'm off it and just try to just eat less. It's all about food. Me, I like to eat. Everybody's got the way. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't, but I like to eat.
Well, see, that's your problem. You got to do more drugs.
Yeah.
Do some meth.
Do that, but
do a lot of meth.
Oh yeah.
And then you'll lose a lot of weight. I've seen it work. It really works. I'm joking, by the way, Facebook, YouTube. I don't really think people should do meth.
Those days are long gone. I was into it when I was younger, and it was a crowd you hung out with, I hung around with some heavies. Yeah, hung around with a lot of.
You weren't a meth head, were you?
No, I've never did meth, but I started I was into cocaine, and then you couldn't find no cocaine anywhere. It was rock, crack, because people freebase it, make crack.
Yeah.
And then I said, all of my friends going, oh, there's no coke. You got to smoke crack. I said, I don't smoke crack. So I started smoking crack, and I got addicted to that. Oh my God. Bikers came in and they punched me out, and they told me, you hang around with those fucking people again, we're going to come back, and they straightened me out, to be honest with you. And then you know what I did? I stopped it, and I bought a 486 computer, or 286. It was one of the first. The modem was 33.6, and I just sat in my room, and I just concentrated on taking computers apart, learning programs, and that's how I learned all my computer stuff. And I just lost all of those numbers. I didn't want to talk to them and nothing. And that's how I got clean. And ever since then, knock on wood, it's been like 20 years and 15 years anyways, a long time. And I've never got into it again. So,
well, I'm glad for that.
Glad for my good friends,
Yeah.
And but there's, anyways. I still go to places and I see all these crackheads, and I'm trying to straighten them out. But no, you can't. You can't. It's like an alcoholic. Can't do it there, Rick. So
I can't relate, John. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I've never done crack. I've never done cocaine. Haven't done that stuff. I have no desire to. It's not my scene. Don't hang around with people who do it. I can't imagine what it would be like to be dependent on it.
well, when you're young, you follow everybody. If someone, like I was taking acid because all my friends were doing acid, and I was seeing things, hallucinating. I remember going to concerts and see the future, and I see all these colors, and I couldn't get out. Like you couldn't walk. It's so bad. But I that phase I didn't do it that long, but I did. I tried it, and but anyways, I've had my fill. So, but Ozempic, I'm a little overweight. I'm not that bad, but I got a bit of a beer gut. I'm trying to get rid of, and like I said, I've lost 4 pounds, and I've had 3 shots, and I only got I'm only starting off with the 0.25 right now. On the news tonight, they're saying the 1 milligram shots, you can't get them. They're running out, and they won't be in stock till October. So everybody, look at Hollywood, Rick. Everybody in Hollywood is on it. Everybody in Hollywood is. Hey, they're all on that shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know what else to do. The only other thing I can do is get back into sports. Like I'm a good athlete. I used to be into hockey and baseball, soccer. I was riding a bike every day. Like I was in good shape, man. When I was young, man, I was in amazing shape, and because of the activity. Now, no more.
Yeah.
But that Biden, but what a goof, eh? That clip he played, a guy. That guy. I'm telling you, nobody over 65 should become a world leader. At 65, you should be, fishing or something.
Yeah.
And another thing, these debates. In order to get into a debate, you should have to go through an IQ test. If you don't pass the IQ test, no debate for you. Look at Trudeau. He took an IQ. What do you think it would be? Minus something? Not the sharpest knife in the toolbox, The guy, you know what I mean? We got dumb leaders, man.
Yes.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, I do, to a large degree. And it's the smart ones you have to be worried about because they're generally evil. So,
like everybody's Trump. I'm getting sick of Trump.
Yeah.
It's he bombards me. I get about 30 emails a day from that guy, from not just from him, from everybody they're donate money, right? It's like, oh, I get sick of it, man.
I was thinking about exactly what you're talking about over the last few days, and in a lot of ways, I'm getting tired of it too because it's just the childishness of it all. It's like Ron DeSanctimonious, right? I know you are, but what am I? It's like, it's like, what are we? What these guys want to be president, and they're all. It's like they're like 6-year-olds, especially Trump. But that's why people vote for him, because it's sort of like simplified. It's kind of dumbed down.
Chaos, nonstop chaos. Huh? It's gonna be nonstop chaos. They're gonna be going after him hard on every issue.
Yeah, it's true.
It's gonna be just a clown show.
And in fact, that's the thing. It's like all they talk about is the indictments on Trump, and all the other candidates talk about Trump. Everybody's talking about Trump. DeSantis talks about him. Ramaswamy talks about him.
Yeah. I'm getting sick of it. To be honest, I when he won last time, I really liked him, but now he's had his run and he's like a crybaby, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have won. I won that. They cheated me. Well, they did cheat him, but what are you gonna do about it? You know, like they should have been smarter to begin with ID. You know, voter ID. And
yeah, well, we can't really talk about this on YouTube. So.
Oh yeah, get about that. Let's talk about Musk. There was a survey done last week, and they said, don't charge your car in public parking because the chargers never work. They're slow, and they overcharge. They overcharge you when you pay. That's what they said. And what else did they say? So they said, don't. So, you know, I wouldn't buy an electric car. Okay, like last day the gas went down like 5 cents or something. Everywhere I go, there's lineups to get gas. Right?
Yeah.
You think I'm gonna wait 10 minutes to fill up my car? I just go, see you later, and go somewhere else. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not waiting. If I don't want to wait 10 minutes to put gas in my car, you think I'm gonna wait how long? 45 minutes to charge your car up?
Oh, I was at that charging thing the other day for an hour and a half because of all the problems.
I design these chargers. You know, I design these. A lot of the jobs I do, I have to put charging stations in. Okay, because that's what they want. Everybody wants charging stations, and a lot of these facilities don't have enough power. So what I do is I bring a power feed that they take 40 amp 2-pole to a charging station outside, and you want two chargers on it. So what they do is they cycle back and forth. So if you're charging on one, it cycles. So if you got two chargers going, they'll cycle this side, then the other side, this side, and you know what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
They cycle, and you only bring in one feed because they don't have enough power. If they have the power, then you bring two feeds and then they charge. And they have it's like your cell phone to pay on your card, right? It's all wireless stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
But I put in a lot of these chargers, and some of the big underground parking that I do, everybody's got chargers, all the apartments and condos. We have panels that cycle. I'm telling you, you got panels and they keep cycling. So you could be charged instead of 45 minutes. You could be an hour and a half if everybody's charging their car and the thing's cycling. You know?
Yeah.
Because they don't have enough power. Oh my God, it's a nightmare. I'm telling you, Rick. I bought Tesla yesterday. Today went down again. The stock market is going to shit. And I bought Tesla. I figured, even though he doesn't sell cars, he's going to be selling a shitload of chargers, right? Because all the car companies are using his chargers, right?
Yep.
They're all converting to Tesla chargers. The GM, Ford, all the car companies. He's going to be selling a shitload of car chargers. So he's going to be making money there, even if he doesn't sell any cars. I'm thinking. So, anyways, I know it's going to go back up again. Right now, it's profit taking. This is going to go on till probably the end of September. All the big boys, it's like they're all money grabbers down at and they just want to lower the stock down to nothing, and then they come in and buy it, and then they hold for 6 months and get rich, you know. But another thing with Elon Musk there, whatever he pulled out of the Bitcoin. You used to be able to buy Tesla with Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was doing very good on that. You probably know.
Well, I know that Bitcoin, declined in value a lot over the last year.
It's gone down 20 grand in the last 3 or 4 days. $21,000 has gone down.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But he pulled out. Musk has pulled out. You could buy a Tesla with Bitcoin. And another thing, he opened up this other called Doggy Coin. You ever heard of Doggy Coin?
Yeah, Dogecoin, Doggy Coin, yeah.
Yeah. What happened to that? Anyways, I guess he's feeling the pinch too, eh?
I guess so.
Doggy Coin. I'm telling you, it's a lot of stuff. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the price of Bitcoin right now. It's at $35,301.98 Canadian.
Yeah, but look at the last week.
Yeah. Last
What,
5 days,
30,000?
35,300. And it's taken a bit of a dip there. In the last,
big dip. 21,000. It's gone down from what I don't know if you're looking at the right place.
I'm just looking online. So there's
right now.
It's at 35,301, and 5 days ago it was at 39,577. So it's dropped about $4,000 according to this chart.
Go back. Where's the futures here? Futures.
I'll go to CoinDesk.
Gold. I bought gold last two, and
$26,026 US.
Where are we here? I don't follow Bitcoin that much because I'm not really a Bitcoin guy, but I do see it here. I do follow it on the stock channel.
I can bring up.
Yeah,
you've got it up there on the screen. I'll make it bigger for you.
It's dropped. Oh, you got it up there?
Yep. Oops. Let's make it bigger.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, but look at that's the one. It was 25. Yeah, it's a shit show. Stay away from it. But you know people are gonna buy it when it drops back down to that low. See the low there? It's gonna go back down there. People will buy it and they'll make a lot of money off it. It's a cash cow.
Yeah, I'll go to the 1 year chart here. If it'll click for me. There we go. So it is up year over year. It was at 20,834 a year ago. Today it is at 26,025. So up about $6,000 year over year. It's volatile though. It goes up and down a lot.
I don't have that money. I'm afraid to invest that kind of money on anything.
Yeah.
Anyhow, there's another thing. You should have Fridays. Piss me off Fridays. Piss me off Fridays. Last week I was driving downtown, and it's a one lane each way, and they have a bike lane there.
Yeah.
In front of me, there was a motor scooter. What do you call those things? EV bikes or whatever you call it.
An e-bike, yeah.
Something like yeah. And no license plate. It had a EV license plate. Just had EV. No license plate. No numbers. Doesn't pay insurance. The guy's in front. I'm giving him a horn. I said, "Get the fuck out of the way," And I got close. It was an Indian guy, and he had sandals on, right? He thought he owned the road. That pissed me off, man.
Yeah.
The guy, no insurance, no license, and the guy's right in the middle of the road, slowing everybody down.
I hear you.
that ticked me off so much. So I don't know. Next week I'm going to the X. Don't eat the. I hear the smoothies are cricket smoothies. Don't eat the smoothies.
Cricket smoothies.
Cricket smoothies.
They are not. Are they?
I'm telling you. You probably can Google it. You'll probably see it.
Seriously, at the
X.
Canadian National Exhibition, the big.
Yeah, don't touch that. And you know what else they're gonna have here this year? The drag show and story time for kids. In Kittyland, they got story time. I was checking it out on the flyer I got.
Oh my God, it's true. It's true.
All rainbow flags and rainbow colors. Huh?
Oh my God, it's true, John. You told me the truth, and I can't believe. Oh, truth is strange. Oh, hang on a second. I lost your feed. Let me bring you back up here. I got to get you back up on the screen. Here we go. There, right there. Okay, we'll get you back up there. Now we'll be able to hear you again. I went to, I have to add you up here. All right, people. Can people hear you? There you are. They can hear you again. I just want to share that screen so people know we're not lying.
No crickets, no smoothies for me. I'm telling you.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I don't like smoothies anyways. But
I just can't believe people are
I know a lot of people out there probably like smoothies. I'm not a smoothie. Hardcore. Shit.
I need to find the right tab to bring this thing up so people can see it. Oh, for crying out loud. Which tab? I want to show people. Well, you have to take my word for it, I guess, folks. They really are doing it at the Canadian National Exhibition. When does the X...
It opened today.
Oh, it opened today.
Yeah, it opened today.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. It's freezing out there. I was out there just
there it is.
About 20 minutes ago. It's like you need a coat. It's getting
yeah, summer's ending.
Cold. I don't
Summer's coming to an
Summer's
end.
ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to the X probably 3 times before it closes.
You like it there, do you?
Something to do. Actually, yeah, I do. I like the energy building. You know, the energy building.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a big flea market there, Rick, and they got all kinds of shit cheap in there. Really cheap, all kinds of shit.
See, there's the headline in the Toronto Star. CNE menu includes cricket tacos, bug dogs, and beetle smoothies.
Like, bug dogs. I've never heard of that one, but
we probably suspect they've been in the food all along, but this year bugs, crickets, and mealworms are legitimately on the CNE's menu.
There you go.
I can't show you the rest of the article because I have to pay for a subscription, and I'm not going to do that. But the headlines.
And then you go to the Kittyland. There's storytelling, and there's the drag show.
They just can't. They just can't quit while they're ahead, can they? They just gotta.
Oh man,
keep pushing it.
Why? But these kids, man, like, you know, Kittyland. You shouldn't have that drag storytelling shit in there. I'm telling you, that's all wrong.
Yeah, well, here I've got a picture of a bug dog for people.
A bug
dog from the CNE. Here we go. So many tabs. Where's the right tab? There it is there. Okay. I got that tab. Then I got to come over here. So I got to go that one and that one. Okay. So we're going to show you a bug dog, folks. Here we go. Hang on. And there's a bug dog. And John, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I've still got it. Yeah, that looks right.
I think I'm gonna have fish and chips down there this year. I might be safe for that. The Arbor fish and chips, or I like going to the well-named places.
What the heck? I mean, a bug dog. Unbelievable. There it is. They're really doing this.
Oh my God. look at all the shit on it, though. You don't even know what you're eating, eh?
People are actually buying these things and eating them?
Oh. If I see that place, Rick, I'm gonna just hang around. What kind of people are eating and watch them eat it.
Whatever, man. Like, what's wrong with people today? Are you serious? People are eating bugs. They don't believe in free speech anymore. The world, we're in so much trouble.
I'm telling you, if Biden croaked, they can have his carcass in the White House there, and the people still vote for him.
Yeah,
that's how stupid people are. I'm telling you.
Oh man, I think they, you could just use media to convince people of just about anything now. That's what I've been trying to say from the beginning of this broadcast. We're in this information war. The information, the crazy ideas are coming from all sides, different groups, different political groups. They all want us to do different things to serve them so that they can get power or whatever. And they put all kinds of crazy ideas in people's heads to the point where they're eating bugs at the fall fair.
I give up. I give up, Rick. I give up. It's no use racking your. I figured everything out. See what they're doing to us? You don't realize what they're doing to us, eh? Everything they're doing. Hey, like, look at your welfare check, your pension check, it never goes up. But inflation's gone up like, what, 30%, 40%?
Yeah.
How the hell are you supposed to make ends meet?
I don't know.
Huh? They keep you poor. And then everything, you got to cash out your RSP at a certain age, and you got to pay heavy taxes on that.
Yep.
They got your number, man. There's no, every time you make a buck, like, you find a way to make a buck, they close the loophole.
Yeah.
Say, no, you're not making a buck off us, right? So, look at Chow. She one of her taxes. She's going to charge like 2% on sales tax.
Olivia Chow.
You think I'm going to shop in front?
Yeah.
I'm going to Markham. I'm going to go shop in Markham, man.
She's doing a sales tax?
Yeah, sales tax.
Municipalities can't impose sales taxes. That's unconstitutional.
Well, they're doing that they're going to talk about it in September when they go back to work.
Seriously?
They're all off right now.
Oh man, somebody's going to have to challenge that in court. I don't think that can stand.
She wants to put tolls on Gardner, tolls on Don Valley Express Parkway. She wants to put tolls. Land taxes. She wants to jack those up. If your house is worth like $2 or $3 million or something, she's going to double your land taxes. She goes, those guys, you could afford to pay more. I'm telling you, I'm getting the hell out of here soon. I think I'm going to go up north. Where you are is probably not too bad. That's why you don't have doctors.
Are you kidding? It's terrible here. Look at what's going on with Rhonda.
That's why you don't have doctors
on council. She's at odds with all the people on council. The council is almost completely
can't make money.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You got to charge you $15. I don't believe that.
Well, listen, John, we better move on because I've got Susie, and she'll be our last caller for tonight, probably.
Nice talking to you, Rick.
Thank you, John. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Okay, sorry to keep you waiting so long there, Susie.
That's all right. What's up? It's
Choosy, my friend. How are you?
I'm trying not to be disgusted. I awoke with the sunset coming through my window and discovered that you're off schedule also. So I'm trying to keep an attitude of gratitude. It was kind of weird to see people back in the chat that were heretofore banned And then I get the, joysticking of my tablet starts up again. So I had to close that out, and I figured I'd call in and at least be able to hear what's going on in the meantime while I tried to exorcise the demons from my tablet. Have been driving me crazy for the last several weeks. And it's just demonstrative of a society that doesn't seem to be able to distinguish between a hero and a tragic figure, and therefore doesn't properly distinguish between indicated tough love and bullying. Everything is just really, I'm trying to keep an attitude of gratitude, but it's apparent that the powers that be are paying people to annoy people like me. And that's just, I'm being kept in debt servitude, and they're paying people to make the people purveying the truth miserable. I mean, the type of thing that's happening to my tablet it implies an intelligence on the other hand and reacting in real time. So that's either at least one person or a team of people that are following me around all day, all night on YouTube just to annoy me, to the point where I'm trying to put my password in and they're changing, like if I'm trying to use letters, they're changing it to numbers and back and forth in real time.
Weird. So,
and that's what I'm dealing with.
So you see, there are people in the chat tonight that were banned before that you have some issues with. Is that what's going on?
I mean, like I don't want to get into the realm of personal attacks, but there's two people, that we've had fairly recent trouble with, and I suspect that one of those people is behind this. But it doesn't just happen in your chat; it's been happening anywhere. In other words, this person or group of people are following me. And, it'll happen in certain lawyers' chats and not in others' lawyers' chats, which is weird, and it'll happen like if I go to Judge Napolitano's chat and if I leave like a book of comments and on my last or under a video, I can leave like 10 comments, which I'm prone to do sometimes because it's indicated. And on the 10th one, the joysticking starts again, So it's not just in the chats, it's in the comments section.
Yeah.
Crazy. So I'm really getting bullied, and I just want you all to know that, like you said, this is a war going on. And I don't think that we need to, take it on the chin of wearing the badge of, like, I was real proud of you for standing up to that bully the other day. And I don't think that you should be forced to have to second guess that decision. If people don't act right, there is an objective difference between tough love with people and just being a bully.
Yeah.
And we're really, it's slowing us down, this bully phenomena. Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Anyway, what would the Muppets do?
They'd probably sing a song or something. They'd get Kermit to calm everybody down.
I think we'd have to let Monster take over on the drums or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they're happy because no words are being said,
Yeah.
Drummers are people that like to hang out with musicians.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's true. They're usually well adjusted because they're able to take all their, frustration out on something by beating it. So.
drummers who sing are truly gifted. They really are.
Well, listen, sir, it's getting late and I feel like crap, so I need to go to bed.
Yeah, I can relate. Make sure you stay hydrated. I was just having a cup of hot water with a half a teaspoon of pink Himalayan salt. Know how to do that pinch test, the skin pinch test for hydration. There's videos on that.
I'll check
Sometimes you just need a little salt, And I hope you feel better. And let's hope that we get over this hump. It was kind of, in a way, it was nice to see someone that was banned back in the chat. I'm assuming, this person has apologized. Okay, we can move forward. And maybe that's the case, and maybe the joysticking is coming from another direction, and it's not this person tonight. So I'm keeping an open mind. I just want to not be bullied, and we need to be able to express the truth and solid, historically proven principles in order to rescue logic back from liars. All right? And that's what we're going to do. I'm not giving up. I love you, man. Love the chat. Everybody have a good night.
All right. Thank you, Sir Choosy. I appreciate it. Until the next time. All right, folks. And we're wrapping up. So, folks, thank you very much for joining us on the program tonight. Let me just pull out of that so that the clock stops ticking and the money stops being spent. That's good. And we're out of there. So we'll pull this banner down as well, because the calls are now finished, but you can still support the channel by donating at freedomreporters.com. You can also, donate at maverickdonations.com to help keep us on the air and broadcasting. And when I get a little bit of rest, I'm going to do some things behind the scenes to try to work our way around all these censorship issues. And in about a half an hour, come on back, because Lori will be here with tonight's episode of Strange Bedfellows, also focused on the censorship issue. So that is ahead in, now less than half an hour, about 26 minutes, right here on Maverick Live. And I won't say the N-word, lest you might get us banned. But I will be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, everyone, for spending your evening here with us. Truly appreciate it. Catch you on the flip side.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.